final, a mouth-watering battle of two former Wimbledon champions, top seed and world number 3, Gustavo Fernandez, in your picture, 27 years of age, from Buenos Aires, Argentina. He was the 2019 Wimbledon champion, who takes on world number 5, Britain's Gordon Reid, just 2 years older. Is Gordon at 29 years of age, the inaugural winner of the Wimbledon Championships 2016.
Quite finished, Lloyd. Less power, more technique. Just do it. See, Lloyd? See how easy that is? Yeah. The ball needs to pass over the net, somewhere around here, so that it'll land in the middle of the box. That's the
Fist
best
bump.
place to go.
Quick photo. Gordon won the toss, elected to receive. And Gustavo wants to stay the end that he wheeled out to. He was the first on the court. So here we go then. Battle of two former Wimbledon champions just about to get underway. It's the 46th meeting between these two in international competition. Fernandez currently leads the head-to-head 25-20. He's won 10 of the last 13, has Gustavo. Gordon won the last 2. As I said at the top of the programme, both Wimbledon champions. First ever meeting, ironically, on grass. Very unusual. Gordon's twice a Grand Slam singles champion at the 2016 Australian Open and Wimbledon as well in the same year. Gustavo, well, he's 5 times a Grand Slam singles champion. And most relevantly, winning on the grass. I suppose he's the defending or reigning champion, you know, on the grass, Anna, and certainly a tough prospect, isn't he? But both of them been hitting the ball really well to get here. Obviously, we'll talk about their paths in a minute.
Especially after his performance yesterday, Gustavo looks so impressive, and especially Gordon, the way he was able to turn that match around, having saved those 2 match points. This should be an interesting one.
Yeah, so to remind you of their path, Gordon Reid, well, he had a walkover against Alfie Hewitt, who's sort of nursing a bad back, wants to get fully fit for Wimbledon. Let's wish him well in his recovery. He's been seeing the physio regularly, I'm sure. And so he's just played the 1 match, and that was a semi-final against Joachim Gerard, as we say hello to Richard Balmforth, the chair umpire presiding over this one. Yeah, so Gordon beat Joachim Gerard yesterday, 3-6, 6-1, 13-11 after saving 2 match points and needing 2 of his own to secure victory after 1 hour and 16 minutes. It was a performance of real mental steel against the Belgian #1 for Gordon, who was very sort of assured in the crisis, and said that he really enjoyed having, you know, some of the crowds come out from the Cam Norrie win against Shapovalov on centre. They came out, spilled out, and ended up watching his 3rd set breaker. So it was a terrific atmosphere in the end, and one that he responded really well to. However, over on this court yesterday, Gustavo just edged past Stéphane Houdet, the French veteran, 50-year-old. That was 6-4, 3-6, 11-9 in the 3rd set tiebreak, and the champions tiebreak very tight. He wasn't quite so happy with his performance. He said he didn't play as well as he did in his quarter-final, where he took out Stefan Olsson in 53 minutes, but is hoping for better today. Gordon's actually currently ranked 5 in the world. Gustavo off a ranking of 3rd. They've both slipped 1 place in the world rankings. And that's because Alfie Hewitt done so well. He's bumped himself up to world number 2, has Alfie, with all of his endeavour on the clay swing in France. But it was 5 years ago that Gordon really shot to prominence in 2016. He won the first ever wheelchair slam title at the Australian Open, and a maiden major title, always a very significant moment in anyone's playing career. And so career defining. I think once you've won your first major, I would imagine the others fall that little bit easier into place, Anna.
Yeah, absolutely. You have that element of freedom, sort of getting the monkey off your back, so I'm sure that would have been a huge goal for him as well. So to just be able to get over the line in one of those, and then obviously since then there's been so many more, both in doubles and the singles.
on the toss, just in missing.
Yeah, and of course, at the 2016 Summer Paralympics, Gordon won the gold medal for the men's wheelchair singles event, downing Britain's Alfie Hewitt in straight sets, 2-1. Took a silver in the doubles event in the Brazil capital with Alfie. And of course, he was awarded the MBE, wasn't he? The Member of the Order of the British Empire. He was Gordon in 2017. Services to wheelchair tennis. Always trying to promote their game. These guys very proactive in that regard. Always looking to sort of get out there and add to the profile. They've done a great job because now, of course, it's an event that's a regular fixture in all the 4 world pillars, all the slams, the majors around the world now, hosting wheelchair tennis. So quite a coup. Really elevated in stature over the years. Of course, all hoping for more activity, more involvement, swelling the base of participants. It's a lovely friendly vibe as well that they've created there. Because it's such a small world, I guess there's, you know, they all know each other, these top athletes, very, very well. And there's always a nice buzz and camaraderie around them. So pretty much ready to get underway out here. Of course, we'll be looking forward to bringing you more wheelchair tennis after this event at the Wimbledon Championships, just a couple of weeks from now. We'd love your company for that. Second week of Wimbledon. These guys will be in action again.
First set, Gustavo Fernandez to serve.
Wheelchair tennis. But for now then, men's singles final just about to get underway here. Gustavo Fernandez from Argentina to serve to Gordon Reid in this title decider.
Wishing I made the most of it in terms of just enjoying every week on the tour and probably being a little bit easier on myself.
Nice start for Gordon there. Very assertive with that forehand return.
I think when I was 15, I took things very, very seriously, and I thought every match was the end of the world if I lost it. So I think with this time, I have to be patient and enjoy the process of becoming better. Don't rush.
Glorious knife slice backhand from Gordon Reid.
Left
Cut through the court.
Just to believe in myself a little bit more. I think that's been probably a few too many years early on in my career.
Seen quite a few of the players this week, haven't we? Use that so effectively, just keeping so low. So hard for Fernandez to even get a racket on it.
Quite difficult for Gordon today, sort of readjusting after the big burly Belgian that he played with, that superb backhand that Gerard brings against the game of Fernandez.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Obviously, Gerard yesterday, like you said, had more of a attacking backhand. Whereas Fernandez loves to get on his forehand side. So maybe just a little bit of a change of tactics, but Gordon's come out here pretty ready for a fast start. Still got 2 more break points.
Nicely done. He does like that backhand, even when he's at full stretch. He's so muscle laden that he can sort of strong arm through that situation. And of course, course, when you are so strong, it means that your strike zone generally is a lot bigger. You can take higher balls, lower balls, wider balls, because you've got such strong end range control. Gordon here, though, with a second breakpoint opportunity. Difficult to do in a chair, but Fernandez, one of those that's so good at serve and first strike.
He really is. And you've just seen here on the last 3 returns, he's just hit a little bit too short. And like you said, as soon as you let Fernandez get that first strike in, there's not too much you can do about it.
Total prize pot of 22,000 US dollars for the tournament these guys are playing for. And the format here today, because there's a little bit of rain loitering around, we had a little bit of drizzle earlier. They're playing 2 sets and the champions tiebreak as the deciding set. So that's the format for this one, as we had in the semi-finals as well. Showing a lot of character here, the South American. He's a man you'd want on your team when things get tough. He's very, very strong-minded and almost really relishes the challenge of being breakpoint down. Although not ideal, but he's a tough nut to crack, that's for sure, Gustavo. Oh, he went for the back behind. I think it was a sensible play, but couldn't quite clear the net there, Gordon Reid.
He had the chance, didn't he? He played the point so well. He had Fernandez on a piece of string, and he thought this was his opportunity. Maybe could have gone for the lob, but he chose to go back cross court and just clip the net tape.
Yeah, it's a beautiful drop shot. Blistering forehand cross court from Gordon there, just a lovely can opener. It's a really tight opening service game, this, from the South American, swaying all over the place.
Both players have come out with their A game as well, haven't they? Both firing from the very first point.
Advantage, Reid.
So another breakpoint opportunity then for the British athlete. Nice serve. Certainly been asked a number of tough questions in this demanding opening service game, has Gustavo.
Advantage, Fernandez.
Well, Gordon's so keen, obviously, to try and set the tone early in this one and get the initial break of serve, but unable at the moment to cross the line. Fernandez has been resilient. Oh, very nicely done. Showing a lot of character, as always, Fernandez. He's off the mark in this men's wheelchair final, and that'll feel pretty good. Not the most convincing of service holds, but it doesn't matter. He's got that notch on the scoreboard. He's keen to move onwards here. I wonder how Gordon will respond to those opportunities that slip through his fingertips. Never nice, Anna, is it that?
Gordon Reed to serve. Let first serve. Love 15.
I guess it's tricky to know where to serve when you're playing Gustavo Fernandez, because if you offer him angle, he's so laden with racket head speed, he can really burn you if you've got it in the strike zone of the returner.
He's got that strength as well if you kick it up to that forehand. Just got to make sure he's finding a way to hit those spots.
50 all.
It's going to be so important, because if he doesn't, he's always going to be down in that rally.
Aaron. 30, 15.
Well, these players so super aware of their performances as they're
40, 15.
invested so much in these matches. He said yesterday against Gerard, I was forcing a little bit much in the first set. First couple of games I was pretty tight. First serve percentage went down, said Gordon Reed. Needed to get myself fired up a little bit at the start of the second. Because I did play a quarter-final match, I had to get myself going a bit as well. Not easy. But the world number 5 came through in that one. That's why he's here today, showing a lot of character. He said he took a lot of energy from that on-site support after Cam Norris' single semi-final win. Really helped him across the line.
Luckily, this year I had a lot of, I had quite enough chances to get trophies. Sometimes went well, sometimes, even though I lost, I think I played good finals, and it means that
There's that return again, isn't it? If you just don't quite hit the spots, and Fernandez just can get a strike on the backhand, he hits it down the middle so well, and Gordon couldn't quite just get out of the way, was tucked up, and nudged it wide, and struggling on this first service game again. Both players are having tight first service games.
It's really interesting, actually, because Gustavo was saying in his win over Houdet, the one that we couldn't televise because it was on an adjacent court simultaneously to the Reed-Gerard match, and he said, I wasn't very happy about my performance, said the Argentine, in my second match today. I think I played brilliantly in the first win over Olsen, 2-2, but my level dropped in the second match. My attitude wasn't the best either.
Okay. Reed.
Well, that's a good hold. A long hold, but akin as well to the opening service game. So we've got exact parity on the scoreboard, nothing between them.
quite hard for Gustavo though yesterday, wasn't it? After having watched that first match and he played so well and maintained such a high level, it's really tricky to do that for 4-5 sets straight. So you're always going to have that dip, but that just shows what a perfectionist he is and what high levels he expects from himself, which is why he's reached the heights that he has.
Both these men, of course, have reached the pinnacle of the wheelchair game in the rankings. It's interesting, isn't it, the sports psychology of it all, because these players can get almost too perfectionist, can't they, and too caught up and almost unforgiving of any mistakes, too rattled. Sometimes it can be a bit of a curse, but also a driver simultaneously. Well done, just enough length on the forehand there from Gordon Reid. Suddenly he's causing more problems in this return game for Fernandez. Looking to launch an ambush here, get perhaps the first break of serve. After what was a very slow start in his semi-final yesterday, this is much better from Gordon Reid. He lost that opening set. I think it was 6-3 against Gerard. So hard in a chair to coordinate the roll with the contact and the ball control. You know, all these things that we kind of take for granted a little bit more in able-bodied tennis. This is different plane of skill level when you're in a moving chair, with the restriction of the wheels around you. Nicely done. That was standout yesterday. He played 2 timely forehand down the lines, if you remember, in that champions tiebreak at as the third set against Gerard, because Gerard was loving the cross-court forehand from Gordon to his strength backhand, but Gordon went down the line on a couple of key moments to turn the match his way. Working so hard off the ball, it is indeed Gordon Reid that keenly rolls around the other side of the net. He's armed with a break of serve, the first in the final, and that will serve the British number 2 very, very well. He's pleased with himself there, wants to motor back to his base camp and wallow in some great return work. 2-1 he leads now.
I think that was a big thing from yesterday. If you looked at that first set that Gordon played, you just felt maybe he was a little bit too passive, let Gerard dictate the play a bit too much. And then, like you were saying earlier, he sort of found that way to fire himself up at the start of the second set. He knew that he needed more energy. And from there on, he started to be a lot braver, a lot more aggressive, especially with that forehand. And those 2 match points that he saved with those forehands is something that he's going to have to take forward to today as well. And you could see that already in that last game. It worked so effectively.
Incidentally, in the Viking Classic at Birmingham, the women's equivalent of this event, Yui Kamiji plays number 3 in the world, Aniek van Koot, in today's final. Van Koot raced past South Africa's Godatso Monjane, 6-1 in her semi-final. And we've got Jordan Wiley in the doubles final up there as well in Birmingham, alongside Kamiji, dear friends. 11-time slam champions, those two. They take on Monjane and Van Koot in the women's doubles decider. And we've got men's doubles finals action here following this match. Gerard and Olsen face Egbrink and Fernandez. So Fernandez, chance for the double sweep here today. almost the perfect spreading of the court, but just missing.
Safe to say that after 3-4 weeks, definitely ready to go somewhere. I'm not very good at staying on the same spot for a long time, so very tough time for me. I would be anxious, nervous, I would have bad days. It was just, if I wasn't on my phone, I was on TV. If I wasn't on TV, I was on PlayStation. If I wasn't on
15 off.
PlayStation, it was just back to the iPad. It was just way too much. To the point where I honestly thought that I needed to get rid of all electronics.
He's got a lovely self-containment, quiet confidence and assurance about him, Gordon Reid. Classical lefty-righty strategy, isn't it? You know, it's always lovely watching a left-hander, I think. You know, you can see there he's just cutting inside the ball, making it awkward, and then bananaing around the side of that forehand as well. It's just a different look for a righty, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's always got that advantage of the lefty serve as well. And that forehand cross court just pulling away on that backhand side just makes it so tricky for the right-hander having to defend in that backhand corner.
Oh, that's nice. Well, as we said at the top of the programme, he's won 10 out of the last 13 of their matches. As Gustavo, Gordon's won the last 2, but as I say, first time on grass, and it is different on grass, there's no doubting it. And Gordon has got such a sort of quirky game with his spins and changes of pace. Now Fernandez eyeing an immediate break back. You can see there's a little bit more breeze around, the flag's fluttering. Telling length off the backhand return from Fernandez, and he does indeed break serve to just remind his opponent that he's as determined, if not more. So 2 games all in this men's singles contest, very tight, both sharing a break of serve each early in this opening set. Very cagey.
It really is. Both players just trying to scope out each other's games, despite having played each other so many times.
There'll be passages of play subtly that they're after, and they've been running those loops in their mind's eye all night, I'm sure, to just try and find the edge out here. But it's who can deliver on the day that matters. Well, that's absolutely stunning from Fernandez there, taking all the pace out of that drop shot.
You're completely right, though. They know, having played each other, I think this was the 46th time they played. That's a lot of matches against each other, so there's not too many secrets out there, but it's all about who can execute their game plan on the day, and it's pretty nip and tuck so far.
He's done it again. Gorgeous hand skills. He's not just a powerhouse, Gustavo. Look at that, good on the stretch. Such an explosive first push to give him options around the ball and backing up nicely as well, just in case it came back. We were talking, weren't we, off air over lunch earlier, just prior to this, Anna, about how important it is not to fill your head with too many tactics. Oh, brilliant tennis all round. We're being treated here. No, we were saying, weren't we, that you can be too cognitive in this game. And I think when you play your best tennis, it's about carrying a few thoughts with you across a narrow thought bridge. Too much and it gets in the way, right?
Gets a bit muddled, doesn't it? Sometimes it's easy for coaches and players to just focus on too many things. You know, I need to hit to the backhand, I need to do this with the serve, this with the return, and you just overthink things. Just got to try and keep it simple out there. I know from when I was playing, when I played my best tennis, it was just instinctive. I knew exactly what I was doing, and it just felt very simple.
And I think as long as you've got a sort of clear general game plan going in of a few key things that you're after, then I think that's important. I think for these guys today, it's about mixing the serves, offering a different look, because if you show these guys too many of the same options on a regular basis, they're just going to eat you up.
Yeah, and also I think it's, you know, tennis is a sport where you have to focus on the opponent as well, but you've got to make sure that you're confident in what you're doing as well. You see so many players, just try and change their tactics based on an opponent, but they sort of get away from what their strengths are. So I think both players here, just important to really try and put a stamp on the game with their tactics and not worry too much about the opponent as well.
Particularly on a fast court, and Gordon's listening, isn't he? That was outstanding. A lovely dictatorial return off a slightly short serve. So again, he's causing problems in this return game. And of course, one of the best doubles player in the world alongside Alfie Hewitt at the moment is Gordon Reid. Good return of serves. That's a terrific point from Gordon Reid. He breaks serve again, so we've had 3 consecutive breaks of serve then. The last 3 games, Gordon Reid takes the lead 3-2, first set.
I think I saw Helen Reesby in the crowd as well there. I think she's the head of the wheelchair department at the LTA, so just keeping an eye out on the British talent here.
She was a good player herself, wasn't she, Helen?
Yes, she was.
So Gustavo Fernandez with plenty to ponder. It's a very competitive singles final, as we knew we would get. It's never black and white tennis, is it? It never goes, played good, great, thanks, shake hands. Never. It's always sort of meanders around, sort of ups and downs, doesn't it? And sometimes, quite often, becomes quite an emotional roller coaster, and you've got to be prepared to take those highs and lows. As Gustavo said yesterday in my semi-final, it was really, really tricky. Houdet, a very experienced campaigner, will throw all sorts of speed bumps in the road.
That's the beauty of tennis though, isn't it? It's so up and down. And that's why the top players are at the top, because they just have the mental capabilities to be able to deal with it. They're just so calm. And that's what separates them, doesn't it, really?
Oh, he's found it. What a strike. Thought for all it was worth that it was going to spill wide and long, and it found the corner of the court.
There's that fast racket head speed again. It just generates so much topspin.
Oh, an almost angry riposte from Fernandez as he's swinging freely now. Can suddenly just really sting opponents with that vicious racket head speed. Great response from Gordon Reid, the timely spike down the tee on the juice court. Always astonishes me how these athletes turn the chair, take their eye off the ball and sort of like almost pirouette equivalent in able-bodied, and then re-engage with the rally. It's just incredible high skill level. Well, his body language there just momentarily looked very disappointed, Gordon Reid, with his first double fault. Now, Fernandez with 2 immediate breakback points here. Well done. Just enough width with the forehand volley from Gordon Reid.
30-40.
He could sense his opponent was under pressure. Stealthy move forward.
You thought maybe he hadn't quite done enough with the way that Fernandez is able to move so quickly across that baseline, but just did it.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get a first look at Flying Fernandez there, where he loves to throw himself at the ball, often coming out of his chair. Oh, yes. Gorgeous angles, both players, really good tennis.
This shot here, though, we couldn't even see it. It wasn't in camera, but he somehow got the depth and the angle.
I tell you what's interesting here as well is this is what Djokovic did to Nadal in the semis of the French in the men's singles. He used a lot of sharp angles to get Nadal breaking right off the doubles court.
I think that's what players need to use a little bit more of. Everyone's so focused on hitting through the court.
And length, yeah.
Yeah, got to try and open it up, find the space.
Well, Gordon not happy with that. He knew that he was beat if the drop shot had cleared the net. But it was a nice gutsy change-up, plenty of height, offering a different look to Gustavo. So having fended off a couple of break points, he's a game point of his own here. Oh, he's got it. Survived a scare in that game, did Gordon Reid. Commendably. Holds on.
Leads 4 games to 2.
Increases his lead, and with it, a 2-game cushion. That'll feel really good for the British number 2.
Did so well, didn't he? He's broken a couple of times the Fernandez serve, but hasn't been able to consolidate the break. But just did well, fought through it. He's going to be pleased that he's able to get this 2-game advantage, and he's really going to want to keep the pressure on Fernandez here.
And it's so hard from the Argentine's perspective, Anna, isn't it, as a former pro yourself, that when you're sort of trailing 2-4 and you've got what's a regular volley, because you're almost fighting scoreboard pressure and it's a must-win game at that stage, that's what happens, missing what looked like a fairly routine volley.
You do feel that extra pressure, like you said. You realise that if you're letting this game go, the set is pretty much gone. And again, that was a pretty routine forehand and he missed. He wasn't missing those early in the set.
Over pressing.
Absolutely.
So can Gordon take advantage here?
And I feel like it still haven't felt as much as yet.
Most people just think it's a game about hitting balls, walking back over net. But a lot more.
A trio of unforced errors from Gustavo Fernandez, very uncharacteristically, and now he's thrown himself under a bus a little bit here. It's 3 more break points for Britain's Gordon Reid. Surely one of these 3. Now can the Argentine find a way to bulldoze his way back into this game? Yeah, you can't leave the ball anything short like that with Gustavo around. He's so quick to pounce. But it was the quality of the serve that really set up the tone of the point.
If he can find a way to somehow save these break points and get through the service game, puts the pressure straight back on Reed, knowing that he had a chance to get 5-2.
Bossy tennis from South America's very best. First South American year and world #1 is Fernandez in 2017. Brilliant. 4 really committed points from Fernandez, who's on a mission right now, muscling through, as we see so often over the years. He was on for the calendar slam a couple of years ago, but lost out in the semi-finals of the US Open, did Gustavo. He was playing some of his best ever tennis. Always a force to be reckoned with on a tennis court. Not so fast, says Gordon Reed. Great response. Just the 2 world ranking spots between these two. World #3 serving to the world #5. Another long game here. Oh, that's gone. We saw a few unforced errors to go. Love 40. He works so diligently to pull it back to his advantage, and suddenly now one of the wheels has come off a little bit again. And he's break point down. 4th break point of this game for Gordon Reed. Oh, he shanked that one wide as well. So the world #5, Britain's Gordon Reed, roars back with another break of serve. He's got double break insurance now, and he'll very shortly be serving for the opening set, delighting many fans courtside. Good game there, Anna, wasn't it, to get the momentum? Gustavo will be rattled by that, you'd imagine.
Gordon did well, didn't he? Having that love 40 and just being pegged back and then still finding a way to break. And like you said, he's got that cushion of the double break as well, but he's hoping to get it done in this first game here. Wants to wrap up this first set as quickly as possible. Putting a lot of pressure on the Fernandez serve with some aggressive returning, especially off that forehand side, and using that slice backhand so well.
It'll be really interesting to see how Fernandez responds, because he did so well to haul it back and then, have an opportunity to close out the game and, well, missed it, frankly. But he was driving that so much of the time and just lost out. Be interesting to see how he responds right here. So with a lot of work to do then, the top seed under pressure here. Gordon Reed serving at 5-2, first set. Well done. Very deceptive forehand approach. I thought for one he was going down the line there.
Did well to get up to it, didn't he? He had to really push forward and use that slice. Held it well and disguised it. Ended up pushing it into the space cross court.
Glorious backhand. full swing from Gordon Reid.
50-all.
Timing and power through that backhand was just top draw. Do a lot of band work, these guys, a lot of weights to keep strong. It was evident there. Lovely subtle topspin angle there as well to secure another point.
13-15.
One of the best defenders of his court in wheelchair tennis. Unable to get that back though.
40-15.
So it's been an opening set full of guile and guys from the British number 2. Here he is now, Gordon Reid serving with 2 set points. I'm not done with this yet, suggests Fernandez.
You took the words right out of my mouth. He's not giving this set up without a fight, is he?
You'd expect nothing less. All that time in the gym, building up those muscles. He wants payback. Gordon Reid strikes again to snatch the opener. And the 29-year-old Glaswegian, what a showing in that opening set. Quite in contrast to yesterday's semi-final against Joachim Gerard, which he lost 3-6. A really strong screeching off the start line from Gordon Reid. Secures the set, 6-2 inside 40 minutes. That was terrific.
It was. As you said yesterday, it was pretty slow out of the blocks, but suddenly today he's come out firing, all guns blazing, and really using that forehand so effectively, being so aggressive. And he's the one dictating the points out there. And Fernandez is struggling a little bit, doesn't quite know what to do. And Gordon is just opening up the court nicely, isn't he?
And he's offered so many different looks, very smart and canny, as the Scot would say. You know, he's been offering just different balls all the time. Fernandez can get no rhythm.
No, he does make it very, very tricky, and especially with that slice backhand, keeping it low. Fernandez having to hit it back high. But here, even though Fernandez is making more first serves up at the 80%, Gordon's still beating him in how many serves won, up at the 64%. And interestingly, the break points down there, Gordon has created so many break points. He just hasn't quite taken as many, but 11 really getting a read on the Fernandez serve, isn't he?
Yeah, almost 4 times the amount of breakpoint opportunities. That's quite a coup, isn't it? So the British number 2 is romping away in this opening set. However, with the nature of tennis, you know, anything can happen, and suddenly Fernandez, who wasn't that far away, can bite back hard. You know what he's like. He's such a determined competitor. It'll be interesting to see what this second set has in store for us all. But the British athlete halfway home to the title here at Queen's. Yeah, frustration bubbling over. You can kind of get that. He had so many chances to haul it back his way in the opener. Just spilling over somewhat.
Just making some uncharacteristic unforced errors. Normally he'd be finishing that forehand no problem.
Strange incident here. Oh, okay, so he, yeah, just sort of bounced on his chair a little bit. So Gordon Reid eyeing what would be a fourth break of the Fernandez serve again here. The error's coming thick and fast from Fernandez right now. He's being very compliant from British fans' perspective. 3 more immediate break points at the start of set 2 for the British number 2 here. This is massive for momentum. Yeah, good response.
That's more like it, isn't it? Finding that range on the forehand. He's going to need to do that a little bit more consistently. It's been a bit too erratic in this opening set. Just got to find a way to get through this first service game. Can't let Reid carry on the momentum.
Doing what he does best and sort of, you know, fighting back at what we think is the death of another service game. Fernandez just hanging on by a thread. Oh, had to take evasive action. Such was the quality and length of that Fernandez backhand that just leapt off the court.
Almost kicked up and hit Reid in the head, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Vicious backhand.
Yeah, loaded with spin. And pace. Now can he channel that aggression and frustration? Yes, he can. 4 points in a row for Gustavo. A very significant game, this one. Reid knows it, hence the eye rolling there. Mini comeback complete. Gustavo Fernandez with a really strong game there from love 40 down. Dodged 3 bullets to come through that very, very significant game. And you sense how keen he is to quickly sustain that momentum.
Tennis is all about momentum, isn't it? You don't want to let the opponent keep it for too long. Got to find a way to break it up, and thankfully he was able to do that.
Did well, got off the ropes, didn't he?
Dug deep.
Now, how will Gordon respond to that? Love 40 squandered. He's not enjoying Gordon's game, is he? Do you know what I mean? He just doesn't look settled, does he? He looks sort of permanently sort of aggravated and disrupted by Gordon's clever strategy here of mixing it a lot. The spins, the speeds, the heights, the lengths, the angle.
Especially that slice backhand, isn't it? Keeping so low, that means he has to hit up. And then Gordon's in control of the point.
But again, when he gets in first strikes like that, Fernandez is pretty favourite in the point. But it comes at a price, doesn't it? You're walking a tightrope with that sort of tempered aggression, trying to swing positively, but yet consistently. And there have been a few unforced errors from Fernandez, to the delight of British fans. Yeah, just kept moving away from Gustavo, that undercut slice backhand.
It's able to get the width, isn't it? It's not just going through the court, skidding away. It makes it so hard.
And these are the subtle nuances on a grass court that you can only gain through playing on grass. It's easy to talk about it and have your coach sort of try and, you know, align strategies, but you just got to get out there and get that match exposure. How early did he take that?
It barely bounced, had it?
Yeah. You can, his force of will is palpable, it's tangible. You can always touch it, can't you?
You can just see that steely expression in his eyes.
Yeah. And the rippling muscles proving that he's not shunned any of the hard work that all players need to do to sort of qualify to get to this level in any game. Gustavo disbelieving he'd missed that one, but Gordon Reid adds another to his tally. There's Alfie Hewitt in the black there. Sat watching his dear friend and doubles partner. Wonder how he's feeling about things, having to pull out in the quarterfinals against Gordon. Never easy, but hopefully that back is getting freer as we head towards SW19 in the next couple of weeks. Impeccable.
I'm sure he would have loved to have started his grass court season here as well. You can just see him there, the right of your picture. He would have loved to have been out here playing Gordon and then playing in the doubles as well. But it's important that you listen to your body, and he's played so many matches recently and done so well.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome onto court our finalists for the Cinch Championships 2021. Playing in his fourth final on the ATP World Tour and his
Teasing out error so cleverly, Gordon Reid, right now from Fernandez. Alfie Hewitt will be drinking it all in as well. Just so admirable that he's come courtside to share the moment with Gordon. But still, you sense there's a lot of tennis to be played out here.
playing in his seventh career final. Our number one seed from Italy, Matteo Berrettini.
A little frustrated there. He sort of caught the ball on his racket, anticipating an earlier line call. It came quite late, and he sort of just stared at the umpire as if to say, well.
I think his chair might have been in front of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he looked like he was calling his own lines there, didn't he?
Ah. He didn't hear the call, did he?
It did look long, to be fair.
Yeah, it was long. Yeah.
I don't know whether his coach down the far end told him it was in, but...
He's disbelieving, isn't he? Almost as if to say, I don't miss those. And, you know, right, when we see him playing his best, he doesn't, but
he's just letting these little things get on top of him, isn't he, now?
his form, yeah, absolutely, he's aggravated, isn't he? He's taking it out on the umpire right now.
We've all been there, haven't we?
Yeah, exactly. You do feel for him. Difficult day. We've seen glimmers of brilliance from Gustavo, but at the moment, nothing too sustained. Gordon Reid's done a good job of keeping him at arm's length.
30-40.
Maybe that's the fire he needs, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, you saw in with Johnny McEnroe, that as soon as he got aggravated by the umpire or shouted at him, that was sometimes when he played his best tennis after that. So maybe that's just what Fernandez needs, just to get him going, get the adrenaline pumping.
Oh, that is a stunning return of serve and another break for Gordon Reid, who again romps around the net to his base camp pretty quickly with a heady set and 2-1 lead now, leaving Gustavo Fernandez looking irritated and tense. He's played a masterful match so far, Gordon Reid, and he has a well-deserved lead here after 53 minutes, a set 2-1.
Last year's US Open, he reached the third round of a Grand Slam for the first time. A feat he repeated at this year's Australian Open and at Roland Garros.
Come a long way, wheelchair tennis, hasn't it? You know, now, initially in 1992, 11 international tournaments. Now there's over 160 tournaments in over 40 countries around the world. So much happening out on centre, as well as Berrettini will do battle against Britain's Cameron Norrie. So good to have a Brit in the able-bodied final again, taking place of Andy Murray, of course, who 5 times a champion here at Queen's, lost in the second round this year to Berrettini, who's been crushing the ball, the big burly Italian.
Matteo won his 4th title in April this year in Belgrade and made it to the final of the prestigious Masters 1000 event in Madrid. He also helped Italy reach the final of the ATP Masters Cup. Just last week, he advanced to the finals at Roland Garros, taking a set off the eventual champion Novak Djokovic. Ladies and gentlemen, our top seed, the world number 9 and Italian number 1, Matteo Berrettini. And our chair umpire from Ireland, Fergus Murphy.
Another telling deep return from Gustavo.
It's more like it, isn't it, on these last 2 returns, being a bit more aggressive, maybe letting out some of that frustration.
Well, Gordon's doing a good job at keeping Gustavo under scoreboard pressure, but of course the Argentine can suddenly just peak. That is just brilliant from Gordon Reid, the way that he sort of cut inside the slice, ball meandering all over the court, giving Fernandez nothing to work with. He's played quite magically, really, hasn't he, with all of his wizardry and trickery. Lovely second serve right into the wheels of Fernandez, tangling him. It's been a performance imbued with conviction and utter self-belief from Gordon Reid, who seems strategically to have blended this up just right at the moment.
It's that slice again, isn't it? It just keeps so low, especially with having the rain the last day. It makes the courts a little bit softer, so stays that extra inch or 2 lower.
Gordon Reid, take a bow. That's another terrific game. He's negated all of the very often overwhelming firepower of the South American and just sort of taken all the sting out of this man's game.
He has, as you mentioned, though, it's just that consistent variety, isn't it? Changing the pace, the slice, the height, and the spin. Gustavo Fernandez doesn't know whether he's coming or going. Just really looks bereft of ideas out here.
Good leave. Had enough clarity of mind to let that ball spill over the baseline. It's good. He's still very, very focused out here, despite all of the frustrations that he's been shown. I'm sure he just wants to scream in frustration right now, but at the moment he's sort of containing his emotions very, very well. Sometimes it's the best thing you can do, isn't it? Just let out a roar, and then suddenly, you know, he's liberated and moves to the next level. But at the moment, just can't seem to get out of, say, third gear. Oh, that is heavenly from Gordon Reid. Really, really well managed. He likes to hit the ball hard, but today he knows that that's just fuel to the fire if he does so against the Argentine. Look at that.
So delicate, isn't it? Really cuts inside the ball and gets that ball just moving away.
Another break point here for the British player. Oh, I thought for a minute that was dropping in.
I think Fernandez might have let out that roar if it did.
Yes, quite. Yeah. So one of the break points saved then. Fernandez hauls the game back to deuce. Now he's done this on numerous occasions, but somehow Gordon finds a way more often than not through. It's a must-win game for Fernandez, you sense at this stage, really. And a timely serve on that deuce court. He got the email, didn't he, on the clothing to try and coordinate that with the background, the backdrop. Well done, Gordon Reid, for asking that extra question. Nice little lob, a little bit shallow, but that a good response. All the doubles he's played serving him well in those kind of rat-a-tat exchanges. just not getting the joy, is he, Fernandez, when he normally likes to sort of pulverize through quick-fire points? I think the court a little bit sort of damp and heavy. Conditions not favouring the South American right now. His ball just not whizzing through the court as that we normally see on a regular basis from him, but he's still got a game point here to stay in touch.
Just the first serve as well, isn't it? I don't know whether it's just the percentage that's dropped down, but it's not penetrating through the court quite as much as we saw yesterday.
Solid hold from Fernandez, just in the nick of time. Nibbling away at the arrears on the scoreboard, but he's still keeping an ever dangerous presence in this one. He's trailing a set, but 2-3. Top seed in danger out here in this men's wheelchair final. He'll be trying to draw on the experience that he had winning at the All England the last time the event was played back in 2019. So he's the reigning and defending Wimbledon champion, if you will. Can he head to those heady memories in his mind and get to his very best, which we haven't seen, to be fair to him, much today? Perhaps it's due to the brilliant strategy of Gordon Reid, who's just done a wonderful job so far.
We have seen glimpses, haven't we? There's been occasions where Fernandez's ball striking has really shone through, but unfortunately for him, not quite consistently enough. But the beauty of tennis that it could change at any moment. And it just takes one spark of inspiration and all of a sudden he could just roll through this second set. But Gordon's doing a fantastic job of keeping consistent, staying calm.
Serving a set and a break to the good then, Gordon Reid. Is it now that Gustavo Fernandez sends it up a notch? Chuntering some dark words to himself at the far end. Well done. It's a match of contrast, isn't it? The ease and efficiency of Gordon against the sort of grit and grind of Fernandez. Watch that, so close, such discipline and concentration from Fernandez there. That was a really well-engineered point.
Something maybe he can look to do a little bit more, try and come forward, just change it up a little bit. As soon as Gordon's in control of the point, Fernandez isn't winning a high percentage of them. He's got to try something different out here.
Now 2 consecutive points from Fernandez here, looking dangerous. What can Gordon muster on serve? Yeah, threaded the forehand cross-court pass. Just enough pop on it from Gordon Reid.
You do wonder if Fernandez maybe could have just used the drop shot as well. Reid was so far behind the baseline, but he decided to approach. Gordon was just able to find the passing shot.
Gordon Reid withstands more pressure from the South American, holds on. Creates a little bit more daylight between himself and his opponent. It's been a really good showing from the British number 2, keeping this man's game under wraps and giving him nothing to start barking about. Gordon's played calm, efficient, and a really smart tactical match. But can he get across the line here? Nicely done. The back behind hit with real venom and vigour. Well, it's becoming a familiar look, isn't it? Fernandez just missing over the baseline, not by much, to his annoyance. He's managing creditably to stay focused on the task at hand. Yeah, just unable to wrestle any momentum his way. It's been pretty much all Gordon Reid out here. Now, if he can get another break of serve here, that'll really settle Gordon right down.
It's interesting how far behind the baseline Reid is staying, isn't it? Just happy to let Fernandez make the errors, and then as soon as the court opens up, just hit it into that open space. It's been working so well so far.
Oh, just like he's got his opponent on a string. Great defense of his court. The British number 2 working so hard, straining every sinew to stay in the point, and in the end, turning the point around, getting the upper hand and just nudging that backhand pass through the hole on the court. Wow, what a way to save break point from Fernandez.
I mean, he just found the line again, didn't he?
Yeah, everything that he can do, Gordon Reid, is turning to gold right now. For Fernandez, by contrast, not much. It's been that kind of match. South American really pushing uphill the whole way here Reed with a break point. Oh, he's been masterful out there today. And a nice come on from Gordon Reed. He knows that might be the straw that broke the camel's back. Gustavo Fernandez now right in a hole. It's Gordon Reed who's driving this one. Can he get all the way to the finish line? He'll come out after this momentary break and attempt to put a lid on this men's wheelchair final after approaching an hour and a quarter of action.
You think it's going to take quite a turnaround for Reed to lose it from here. Fernandez just can't quite hit through him anymore. Reed is just defending so well, staying pretty far behind that baseline and being able to deal with whatever Fernandez throws at him. And you can see him here just looking a little bit despondent.
Time.
Now, can he put the icing on the cake to what would be a really majestic showing out here? He's competed so effectively and efficiently today, serving for the match. Lucky break off the top of the net for Fernandez.
I think he needs a few more of those, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
First serve.
Brilliant, using every square inch of his opponent's court to great effect. He's been spellbindingly accurate today, Gordon Reed.
His defence has been the thing that stood out for me. It's just been, especially in the second set, the way he's just been able to put balls that you don't think he's going to get in the most awkward places. And another one of those kick serves out wide that just bounces off the court. And moving away from Fernandez's racket. 2 points away now.
It's just been a sublime performance, hasn't it, all round. Gordon Reed has been superb today. So here he now has 2 championship points.
First serve.
Oh yes, crunched away from Fernandez, whose net game has proved fruitful, but he's not been up there that often to take advantage. So one of the championship points saved.
in the battle of the two former Wimbledon champions. It's the 2016 Wimbledon champion, the British #2, Gordon Reid, who managed his opponent magnificently. Comes through 6-2, 6-2. A really good performance of control and calm from Gordon Reid to take the title of the Cinch Wheelchair Tennis Championships 2021. An hour and 18 minutes, all he needed. And just dropping the 4 games, that was spellbinding from Britain's Gordon Reid. What a treat for him.
Such an impressive performance. He was just able to, like you said, stay so calm and composed, and he knew exactly what he was doing out there. Just again, looking at these stats, the first serve percentage not down at 51, but winning 62%. It's just so controlled on the serve, and he was so smart with the placement as well. Gave Fernandez so many different looks, couldn't get a rhythm. He's going to be so pleased with that. Such a clinical performance.
Really was, wasn't it? He withstood a little early pressure from Fernandez, but thereafter sort of it became surprisingly one-sided. And I take my hat off to Gordon. I think he just did such a wonderful tactical job over Fernandez, who best tennis was just way away. He didn't manage to allow Fernandez to bring anywhere near his best, and that really is to compliment Gordon's performance, the way that he sort of suffocated the South Americans' abilities on court today, a really standout.
He just seemed to have he seemed to have such a clear plan of what he wanted to do. It was just very simple, like we spoke about before. Don't overcomplicate things. He knew exactly what his strengths were, and he was able to use them against Fernandez and just nullify Fernandez's strengths. He wasn't able to use those huge forehand and backhands, just using that slice, keeping it low, and his defensive skills were remarkable today.
Well, he's normally plays like a wolf, doesn't he, this man? And he's so muscled. He's put in so much work in the gym, as you can see, but today he was unable to bang his way out of trouble. And just not to be today for the 2019 and reigning Wimbledon champion, denied by an excellent British performance from Gordon Reid. Richard Haig courtside, just having a chat with Gustavo, who seems a little, understandably, reluctant to engage in too much conversation, swimming around in his head thoughts of what might have been. He'll leave Queens today, you would imagine, slightly frustrated, not able to display his A game. And by contrast, Gordon Reid played just brilliantly, a terrific chess match almost in his clever mental strategy. So I'm sure there'll be a short on-court presentation ceremony. But that was some spellbinding match from Gordon Reid's perspective. 6-2, 6-2 against the top seed. Completely dismantled Gustavo Fernandez's game on the day. But of course, Gustavo will have an opportunity to re-engage because he's out here in the men's doubles final shortly after a short rest. We'll be bringing you that one. Second-seeded team of Joachim Gerard and Stefan Olsson, Belgian-Swedish combination. The doubles winners here in 2019. And between them and the title of the Dutch-Argentinian duo of Tom Egbrink and Gustavo Fernandez. Enjoying some congratulations from some fans is Gordon Reid, and he certainly deserves that. It was a wonderful match. But this man will be back for more. He'll probably nip off, get a little snack. Difficult to know quite what to do in between matches. It'll be nothing too heavy if he does eat something to refuel, but he'll certainly want to bring a little bit more in the doubles. He certainly wasn't quite himself today. Not an off-colour performance, but he was managed very, very well by his opponent, who just beat him today with some wonderful versatility and awkward placements. So the moment belonging to Britain's Gordon Reid. A wonderful day at the office for him. And they drew in the football as well, didn't they, with England? So he's quite happy. It's been a good week for Scotland's finest. Enjoying the moment. That's what it's all about. That's why these guys do it. Well, he didn't get a quarter-final match against Alfie Hewitt. That didn't come to fruition. We were so excited about that one because of Alfie's lower back issue. But he enjoyed a win over Gerard and then today against Fernandez. So it's been a great 3 days for Gordon Reid. Enjoying a few selfies. So good to see him engaging with fans and autographs and selfies. It's so important. These guys know that. They do. He's a real pioneer, isn't he, Gordon, in his desire to expand the boundaries of this game, get more people involved. His job is done for the day. He's not involved in the doubles. They never really got off the start line, again because of Alfie's issue. But his name will be etched down in history, as is Leighton Hewitt, Andy Roddick, Rafael Nadal, Andy Murray, Sam Querrey, all those guys, Cilic here, Dimitrov over the years. That'll be the next matchup. Don't go too far. We'll be bringing you this one shortly. Gerard and Olsen against Egbrink and Fernandez in the men's doubles. Speak soon.
3:50. Game, no. No, leads 4 games to 3. 15 love. 1. Murray.
high fives all round. A match that's going to be played in good spirits, I'm sure. The men's doubles final of the Cinch Wheelchair Tennis Championships. A pair of 30-somethings in your picture against a pair of 20-somethings. The elder second-seeded team of Joachim Gerard of Belgium and Stefan Olsson of Sweden. Doubles winners here at the Queen's Club in 2019. Between them and the Queen's title are the Dutch-Argentinian duo of Tom Egberink and Gustavo Fernandez. There is the world number 4 in Joachim Gerard. That's his singles ranking. His doubles ranking is number 7. And, well, Gerard and Olsson first played together at the World Wheelchair Tennis Tournament in Rotterdam back in 2013, which, like the Cinch Championships, featured a wheelchair event alongside the ATP 500 tournament. And there's Stefan Olsson, ranked 9th in the world in singles and just one spot below his doubles ranking at 8th in the world. And these two are the current reigning men's doubles wheelchair champions at the Queen's Club, having beaten Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid in the 2019 final. They've won 2 Grand Slams together at 2019 Australian Open and Wimbledon of the same year. So I guess you could say they're defending and reigning Wimbledon doubles champions. They downed Hewitt and Reid in the final back in 2019, a straight set affair. But they'll have their work cut out today, because this man will be wanting to avenge his loss in singles to Gordon Reid just now. Gustavo Fernandez, familiar face from Buenos Aires, the 27-year-old, ranked 3 in the world in singles and 6 in the world in doubles. Playing in their 3rd tournament together with Tom Egberink, and their first since 2013. So partners of old. They first played together at the Cruyff Foundation Junior Masters in Tarbes in France back in 2009. And here's Tom Egberink, ranked 8th in singles, the 28-year-old from the Netherlands, 9th in doubles. He won the 2011 year-end doubles masters with Frenchman Michael Jeremias, and they went on to win the 2012 Wimbledon men's doubles title together as well. So Fernandez, well, he's had a couple of doubles titles at slam level, partnering Nicolas Pfeiffer, his regular partner, to victory at Wimbledon in 2015, and then partnering Shingo Kunieda to win the Roland Garros 2019 men's doubles title. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys go today against the second seeds, Olsson and Gerard. Just that little bit better, I think you'd say, in terms of, you know, knowing where each other are. They're more in tune as a doubles pairing because they've just had more exposure at a high level and more success in doing so. So the second seeds at the top of your picture kind of favoured in terms of numbers to win this one, but you never know. Gustavo, as I say, he'll be wanting to perform decently prior to Wimbledon. He'll probably feel a little bit flat because he was down 2-2 by Britain's number 2, Gordon Reid, in an hour and 18 minutes just recently out on this court. So he'll want to put that well and truly behind him. And he's had some food and refueled, rehydrated. So who knows, Anna, what we're going to be getting out here. The weather is better. The sun's popped its head out. And it's all looking good.
It does look nice. Nice to see a little bit of sunshine to finish these championships. And like you said, this should be an entertaining contest. Both pairs have got a lot of doubles pedigree. And the man in your picture there is going to want to end the day with a trophy in his hand, having just lost in that singles.
Anna, remind us who they played. Do you recall? I've not got the doubles draw in front of me.
Yeah, so obviously Gerard and Olsson got that walkover because Alfie had to unfortunately pull out. And then Egberink and Fernandez put on a dominant display against Bailey and Houdet. 1-6, 1-6 love.
That's right. He looks pretty chilled, doesn't he, Joachim Gerard?
Don't think anything phases him, does it?
No, it doesn't. 2 forehands down the line from Gordon Reid did in that tight third set breaker that they contested yesterday. He was looking favourite for so long. Such a strong start from Gerard in that match against Gordon. Tom Egbrink has received his first ever Wimbledon wildcard recently. He'll be set to make his Grand Slam singles debut at SW19 shortly. And he also, well, he debuted inside the world's top 8 in January of 2020. But he's had a few difficult years, has Tom. He's had a few elbow injuries and subsequent surgeries as well. But he's hitting the ball nicely and coming back to fine form for the back end of this grass swing. And it is a very short swing this year because, of course, the French Open got put back, so the clay swing got extended. And that sort of condensed the grass swing a little bit for these guys. But they've had plenty of practice here and enjoyed honing their game, ready for the big one. The third Grand Slam, one of the biggest tournaments in the world, of course, the upcoming Wimbledon Championships. And these guys will be in action towards the back end of the second week. Goal hanging for glory. Best time of the championships. Hopefully we'll get glorious weather as well. So Fernandez won the spin and they've elected to serve. Looks like Tom Egbrink's going to get us underway here. Just discussing where they're going to serve and how Gustavo can back up. So men's doubles final. Tom Egbrink and Fernandez to get it started in the company of Paul Hand and Anna Smith.
Not a bad point to get us underway, was it?
No, Gustavo will have enjoyed that, won't he, with that fierce backhand. Egbrink just spilling along with that forehand loop. Stefan Olsson, of course, he lost to Gustavo Fernandez in the singles 6-2, 6-2 in his quarterfinal match yesterday that we brought you, 4 minutes shy of an hour. So he'll be wanting to elevate his level somewhat, you'd imagine. That's a great serve from Tom Egbrink there. Oh, gorgeous. Lovely silky touch there from Joachim Gerard.
You can see that this might be a play for the pair to get a big strike in on that return and look to move forward as soon as possible.
Blistering pace again from Fernandez, who's unleashed the fury on a couple of those backhands now.
Just push long there from Olsson. Lucky to get away with it.
Oh, he's missed it. Well, that's a really good hold from Tom Egbrink, and greets it with a smile. He knows he got away with murder there. Left the gate open down the line, but Gerard, with all of his powerful pushing, The wheels were rolling a bit too fast, and he rolled through this shot and ran out of room on the court.
Great serve there from Gerard. In both their service games so far, that slice serve down the tee has gotten a few errors from the returner.
Good clear communication, that's what good doubles is all about. Stefan Olsen there just looking to pick off the fruits from the big Belgian serve, but having to regroup and start again. Well, you'd imagine that these guys will have been watching the singles prior to this and taken quite a lot from how to combat the ferocity of playing Gustavo Fernandez. It's all about variety and mixing it up. I'm sure they know that, these guys, anyway. But saying it is one thing, doing it is another.
As we saw on Friday as well, even if you know what you have to do against Fernandez, sometimes that brute force and pace can just overpower you, can't it?
Yeah, it really can. The on-court friendships pushed aside right now. It's all business, this men's doubles. Oh, that's a lovely, crisp backhand volley put away. What a start from these two. Argentine-Dutch combo. A frenzied push from the start line from these two. He enjoyed that one, didn't he, watching his partner volley like that?
He did. This pair picking up where they left off on Friday. Taking no prisoners, are they, so far?
Glorious hands from the bald-headed Olsen. That was really nice. They're going to have to turn it on in this return game with work to do. Fernandez looking all business at the moment. Not a lot of smiling from him. So serve, not the dominance that we see in the able-bodied game, understandably, because their point of contact's a lot lower when you're sat in a chair.
Just a few too many errors from the Gerard-Olsen pairing. They can't afford to do that.
Well, he's keen, he always is keen to take on the early return, is Joachim Gerard, but just a little bit too power-laden on that one.
They haven't quite found their range, have they?
No, they haven't.
On these returns.
Point for 3-love. It's almost a great get from Joachim Gerard, egged on by his partner Stefan Olsen, who got lobbed. But it's a bright start for Tom Egbrink and Gustavo Fernandes here. That was a beautifully weighted lob and just wide enough as well for the Belgian. Unable to control that one. So quite a start from these two, who look just that little bit more confident in their body language. They come out swinging. And of course, all four players with such a tricky chapter in their lives, with a good sense of what's important in life, these guys. And I think that's what I enjoy very much about the wheelchair community. They're all grounded, you know, they're all got a great sense of humor. They take the mickey out of each other in a nice kind of way, don't they? You know, but they also understand that, you know, when they're on court, it's about doing the best job they can. But it's not the end of the world if they lose a tennis match.
It's that nice camaraderie, isn't it? But like you said, as soon as they step onto the court, they mean business and they want to win. But when they're finished, there is some smiles and hugs, which is really nice to see.
And there's always another opportunity for another head-to-head match. They seem to play each other quite a lot, these guys. But, of course, like all pro athletes, they have to do a lot of work in managing their physicality and staying in good shape to bring their best. Oh, that'll feel really good from Fernandes, who's now freewheeling and really letting some of these shots rip.
I'm sure he's wishing he had this form a little earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Seems to be hitting that forehand a little bit better, and maybe taking out some of that frustration from earlier into this doubles match right now.
Oh, that just seemed to hang in the air for so long as it was coming towards Joachim Gerard there. So 2 points for another break, this time of the Olsen serve for Egbrink and Fernandes. And that would really haunt these two if both of them get broken initially in this doubles final. That's always quite disturbing. More opportunity here for Fernandez. Wow, this has been the perfect start from these two. 4 love in the blink of an eye.
They've just come out all guns blazing, haven't they? Fernandez looks like he's a man on a mission out there. He's definitely wanting to come home with at least one piece of silverware today.
So into the second rotation of serving then.
Maybe a little bit of an opening here.
Yeah, and a result up at the Viking Classic Birmingham a while ago now. Yui Kamiji downed Aniek van Kut of the Netherlands. 6-1, 1-6, 7-6. Tiebreak third set there in favour of the Japanese. So she wins the title up there. And will head to Wimbledon full of confidence. Oh, what a get there from Stefan Olsson. Good end range control.
Thought he'd gone for the hardest shot as well, didn't you? Maybe he had the space down the line, but he saw an angle that not many other players could see.
Oh, nicely done. We've seen that a few times, haven't we? Gustavo just strong-arming his way through the middle.
It's a clever tactic, isn't it? It's just hard for both players to cover that middle.
Well, that'll feel good. At least they've got something on the scoreboard. Gerard and Olsen win their solitary game, and they're up and running here. Might be a little too late as far as the first set is concerned, but they're on the board nonetheless. And being the second seeds, that'll feel good. So the match is only 16 minutes young. Beg your pardon, Fernandez and Egbrink are the second seeds at the anchoring the men's doubles draw. So this one going to seeding. So now can Joachim Gerard just back up that good work they've just knitted together in combination.
A few more serves like that will help. Using that slider out wide to get him out of position. Crucial that they find some more first serves in this game. There's that backhand again that we saw so effectively yesterday. He's just able to rip it. And he's just so calm as well. Generates effortless power.
he's really not happy with his serve rhythm, is he, Joachim Gerard? Just quickly discussing where he's going to serve and what he wants his partner to do. He must have some physical program, this man, to get like that.
I'm sure there are plenty of people who would love to know what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need big guns, do you, in the biceps to play tennis? Triceps are the ones you want for the serve.
Try telling that to Rafa Nadal with those big biceps that he's got.
Yeah, absolutely. Shame he's not playing Wimbledon, isn't it? Rafa, Naomi Osaka. All notable in their absence. Another game for Egbrink and Fernandez here. Second seed's looking good. They'll have an opportunity now to serve out this opening set. Top seed in the singles, looking to avenge that recent defeat to Gordon Reid. Well, of course, if you want more wheelchair tennis action, the British Open will be happening in Nottingham from the 20th to the 25th of July. That and the second week of Wimbledon as well, to get your fill. Both events will be laden with quality. Stellar entry list, always is. World's leading players taking part. Building up, of course, to the Paralympics later this summer.
That's the one title that's missing from Gustavo Fernandez's illustrious career, isn't it? He doesn't have a Paralympic medal, unfortunately, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to rectify that in Tokyo this year.
That's big. Twinning really nicely, these two, and there's a good energy and intensity between them. That's what good doubles is about, isn't it? Making your opponents shrinking their court. These two have been intense from the off and free swinging and really making their physicality pay. That is just glorious from Tom Egbrink. That ball was almost into its third bounce, wasn't it? It was an incredible dig off the floor. Got his shovel out and just cut the inside of that ball really nicely. So there we go then. There it is. Halfway home, a set to the good. Egbrink and Fernandez, the second seeds, looking very good. 6-1.
Such an impressive set of tennis, wasn't it? Right from that first point, they just took control and just picked up where they left off from that semi-final match the other day. Doesn't quite seem like Gerard and Olsen know what to do out here. Just looking at the stats here. Really struggling a little bit on that first serve. Just down at the 46%. Got to find a way to get into their service games a little bit more. Just at least get those on the board, get them ticking over. And look at those second serve points. Not winning any points on the second serve. That's got to change. But Fernandez and Egbrink just seem to be on fire out here, don't they, Paul?
Yeah, and I think it's a mark, really, no second serve points one, of the quality of return that we've seen from these two in the bottom of the picture from the off. from the word go, they were really swinging out, weren't they? Particularly Fernandez, who was just, you know, desperate to redeem himself. There must be something happening elsewhere with all that noise coming from centre. No, Matteo Berrettini has got to the title, just pipping Cam Norrie in the deciding set. Italian tennis very much on the up. Well, Joachim Gerard there almost ran into one of our cameras en route for that drop shot. That was really good work from him. All four players having to push very, very hard. A fatiguing rally. Look at the ground. Olsen's covering there, and all the distance here that Joachim Gerard recovers. Gobbling it up really quickly. Yeah, there's a renewed determination about them at the start of set two. They know they've got to get out of the blocks really quickly here. Backhand of Fernandez and Gerard when they're in full swing are really, really nice, aren't they?
They are. They're just able to generate so much pace. They've just got such a fast hand.
Well, the Swedish-Belgium combination, that's much better from them. They were denied any momentum at all in that opening set by the second seeds here, who were just wheeling around, and that'll feel much better that they're on the board early in this second set.
Looks like they made a real concerted effort there to be more aggressive.
Yeah, you could feel it, couldn't you?
Yeah, a lot more presence about them, especially from the baseline.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome our presentation party, Executive Chairman of cinch, Avril Palmer-Bauer. President of the Lawn Tennis Association, David Ward. And Chairman of the Queen's Club, Andrew Lowenthal.
He's done a good job so far, hasn't he? Good firm ball striking from Tom Edbrink.
Really backed up Fernandez's serve well, hasn't he? Anytime there's been a short ball, really been aggressive with it.
Yeah, these two, as you say, and they've made a concerted effort. You can see it, the intensity is more. pushing harder, a little bit more explosive throughout. No, they can leave nothing to chance. Fine return from the right-handed Belgian there. His physicality breaching the defences of the other team.
You'd much prefer to see them make a few more mistakes, but trying to play the match on their terms, rather than being passive and let Fernandez and Egbrink do exactly what they want.
Silky hand skills from a big guy. Really nice.
It's that combination, isn't it? Big strike from the baseline and then closing that net down and using the angles nicely.
Yeah, they're looking a lot more troublesome now, aren't they? They really are getting their teeth in here, these two, the serving duo. Just brilliant from Stefan Olsson. Aggressive approach, managed to take a lot of the sting out of that half volley. That's high skill level tennis from the Swede. Let's take a look at it again. Look at that.
Just controls the racket head so nicely, doesn't he? Just such soft hands. It's not an easy shot to hit.
Quiet spoken. Gentle giant, he is, the Swede. Lovely warm man. Oh, wonderful. Both teams twinning power and subtlety really nicely right now. We are treated to some top tennis. All four have come to the party simultaneously, and it's great to see. We might even see Gustavo diving out of his chair in a minute. I do love it when he does that. Oh, nice intervention there from the Belgian.
Looking to move after that first serve, aren't they?
Yeah.
That was a planned play. Serve and poach.
And you can sense they've upped the energy level and held on to that high level right now. They're shrinking their court, their side of the net. Fine slice serve to secure the game from Sweden's finest. As they hold on for a 2-1 lead here, do Gerard and Olsen. Well, the future of the sport, wheelchair tennis, looking really bright in this country as the LTA has developed a thriving junior wheelchair tennis section. Training camps and competitions, many of them wanting to become the next Alfie Hewitt or Jordan Wiley. They've invested so much time and finance and effort, have the LTA, really sort of pushing their program, their national age group programs forward well and supporting some of the country's most promising junior players. And it's designed as a stepping stone to help them progress towards future international success. So there's a big, big network behind most of these guys, but particularly in this country where we've been almost flag bearers, haven't we, Anna, in that regard? It's been really great.
We really have.
So proactive.
And a lot of it's coming out of the National Tennis Centre. When I've been training there, I've seen a lot of the younger players coming through, which is fantastic to see.
And just to put that topic to bed, almost half the people playing as part of the disability-specific sessions the LTA supports across the country are under 18. I mean, that's really encouraging, isn't it?
That's fantastic.
Yeah, great future. So there'll be more Gordons and Alfies and Jordans watching and enthused by this high-level tennis.
And Cam gave you quite a fight, didn't he?
No, he's a great player. We never play each other, and I think this year he showed how you can play in all the surface. Major finals, he's playing great tennis. Good luck in great week. I'm sure he's gonna lift a title pretty soon. And well done to the team as well, ragazzi. And nothing. I mean, today obviously I'm happy for me, but I'm sure. I'm sure this guy's gonna lift. He's gonna lift a lot of trophies and he's gonna have a great career.
Cam's got his serve well. He knew he had to serve well. It was just under 80% first serve.
Really good defence of his court from Tom Egbrink. That's terrific play. He has grown visibly in front of our eyes, hasn't he, this fellow in black? Over the last few days, he really has got better and better, and it's great to see him coming to the party.
I stepped in and knew that I had to play my best tennis, and I guess we played a great final.
40-15.
You guys enjoyed.
He has, especially in that single set yesterday. In that second set, he really turned things around, didn't he? And ever since then, he's been going from strength to strength.
Played very well at Wimbledon, fourth round 2 years ago. This is the perfect preparation going into this year's championship.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, really close proximity. I don't even have to fly. So, no, but this course actually they're really nice. I think
Oh, it's just spilled long from Gustavo, but another mesmerising rally.
they're so nice that
High quality men's doubles final this, a real treat.
English for the last event of the week, but we really had fun here, and I mean, thankfully we made the finals with the rain.
Yes, the weather's always ready for Wimbledon, that's for sure. Now, I know you're in a bubble, but will you be allowed a celebration tonight? Will your team allow you a celebration tonight?
Pretty tough. Follow the rules and party.
Egbrink Fernandez.
Fernandez having the last laugh again.
2 games on.
And holding on to serve really very well there. Brilliant defence again from Egbrink, who was rolling back so fast, but defended his court particularly well, and then getting on the attack to win the point.
It's that use of the middle ball as well, isn't it? Again, just been so successful from both pairs. Just tacking down that middle, forcing the error.
Got to be careful here, these two. Olsen working so hard to look for any easy pickings, some low-hanging fruit off the serve of Joachim Gerard, but they've been few and far between. That's a better serve. That's more akin with what we're used to seeing from Joachim. Struggling with his early serve rhythm out here. He seems to be now finding it.
The right play though, wasn't it? He got that Gerard hit from the baseline and also moved well, but just pushed it long, brings up 2 break points here.
body serve from Joachim Gerard, just tangling up Tom Egbrink on his body backhand.
Got the net play putting the pressure on as well, forcing the error.
Was that a wide? I lip read there, did you?
I think it might have been.
Yes, it was. Look at that. And on cue, he slices round the side of the ball and delivers a second ace in the game, does Joachim Gerard. Let's see if we can read this one. No. Super play. Gerard delighted with that. And the underdog pairing, who've had so much success together, still managed to retain the momentum, having had a couple of break points against them. They find a way through. These two, as I said at the top of the programme, with a couple of Grand Slam doubles titles between them, Australian Open in 2019 and Wimbledon in the same year as well. So they've been a sort of a real big force in men's doubles of late. But I guess because Gustavo's singles ranking is so high, that's boosted them into second seeded position, which sort of surprised me, with Tom Egbrink ranked at 9 in doubles. Not going to argue with that. But really on paper, there's not a lot between these two teams, really.
Not at all. In that first set, you obviously saw Fernandez and Egbrink take charge, but Gerard and Olsen are really starting to show their class in the second set.
I see there's somebody in the mint bus just at the top of our picture there, just enjoying some of the refreshments. Let's hope they don't have too many of them. Or maybe Gustavo's had a few of them in his break between his singles and doubles after that kind of serve. You don't see him top edge many serves like that, do you? Perhaps he's just got to keep his chin up for a little bit longer there. Cool. Fabulous. Ripped down the line with such conviction.
Just able to stay so still as well, isn't he, with the upper body? Just able to let the racket go through the direction that he wants to hit it.
Yeah, he's got terrific balance, hasn't he?
He really does.
He certainly wins the collision more often than not.
Not surprising, really, is it?
Oh, lovely vision from Joachim Gerard. Well, it's a must-win set for these two if they're to extend their stay. Good hold of serve from Fernandez and Egbrink there. They've been asked some tough questions over the last few moments with the renewal of intensity at the loss of the opening set for their opponents, but they've stood firm. And There's a pretty determined look about the body language of Fernandez and Egberink.
Love 15.
Gorgeous, perfectly weighted topspin lob from the maestro of topspin. That was really well timed.
Dominated the point, didn't he, from the return all the way through. No chance he was giving that to Egberink, was he?
You sense he really does enjoy a target around the net, don't you?
Absolutely.
Well, that caught Joachim Gerard really by surprise as he was wheeling back. I don't think he thought that Egberink was coming to his side of the court. Caught napping a little there.
Was the toughest shot as well, wasn't it? That sort of inside out slice backhand sliding away. But he hit it so well.
He's living really, really well, is Egberink, in this decorated company that he's keeping these days. Gustavo knew as soon as he hit it that he got that backhand wrong. You'd hear him. Little squeal of disbelief.
Gerard did so well, didn't he? Just to hang in the point.
Breakpoint opportunity here. Oh, that's a fine play from Egberink and Fernandez, and they've mustered, raised their game, and that's a fourth break of serve in their favour against the Belgian-Swedish combo. So the second seeds have been playing some really bossy ball out here, and they're enjoying their time together after just over 3/4 of an hour of action. They've got a 6-1, 4-3 lead. Well, we've been blessed, Anna, haven't we, with decent weather today, really. We had a bit of rain earlier on, and mercifully that sort of blew away. The wind picked up. It was very hazy and muggy and just sort of sat there, but the wind eventually blowing those clouds away, and we've had a few glimmers of sun, but just bright enough, hopefully, to finish all the proceedings on final Sunday here from the Cinch Championships. It's been well presented, very well organised as ever. And hopefully the host sponsors will be really enjoying all of their good work, and it's been fruitful for them as it has for us, enjoying the high caliber tennis on display. They blend nicely together, don't they? The Egberink slice backhand and the Gustavo topspin backhand. It's awkward to play against that with such variety and pace coming at you. One ball skidding down low, the other kicking like a mule.
Gordon, many congratulations. One Scottish winner today. 6-2, 6-2. Was it as easy as it sounds? Thank you. Yeah, it's never easy as it sounds, but no, I was happy with my performance today.
Just show Fernandez that he can hit that forehand just as aggressively with that topspin, finding that baseline.
Egbrink's been the star of the show for me. He's been so solid throughout.
Yeah, it's easy to say that now, isn't it? But I remember watching him play and thinking he was a great player and he's going to rise up the rankings fast. And it's been great to see his progress this year. He's playing great tennis, so I'm sure he's going to be the next to beat on grass in a couple of weeks.
Wow, that bent like a banana, didn't it?
Didn't it just?
Showing that he can hit the slices both curving away and curving round as well.
Even Gustavo enjoyed that. Despite his singles loss, he could let that go, and he's more involved in the moment here, isn't he? Hopefully this will pick his mood up a little. Oh, there's another. Well, we've seen some real wizardry, and many expected most of it to be coming from the racket of this man, but he's been outshone today in this doubles by Tom Egberink of the Netherlands with some wicked slice backhands. So just a game away then from the doubles titles here is Egberink and Fernandez. Second seed's looking good. Joachim Gerard to look to extend his stay by holding on to his serve here if they can.
Just got to find a way to get through this service game, at least make Egberink and Fernandez serve it out.
Oh, that's nice.
A few more of those will help, won't it?
It really will, because the prize is well within the grasp of their opponents right now. But Gerard trying to dampen down their spirits. Oh, nicely taken by Olsen, who had to duck mid-rally there, didn't he? Perhaps that's how he lost his hair in the first place.
Being in the firing line of Gerard,
yeah,
perhaps,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah.
Really had to duck out of the way here.
There it is.
Came awfully close to his head, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a clever put-away smash as well, wasn't it? Quality serving from the burly Belgian. Mixing them up really nicely right now. But is it a little too late? Do you think that his rhythm is kind of thrown out because his partner, Stefan Olsen, is kind of setting off on the roll towards the net a little bit, where he likes a bit of a pregnant pause pre-serve, doesn't he?
We saw in the singles as well that he does like to have that calm routine. So maybe the Olsen movement does rush him a little bit, but it didn't there, did it?
They're going to ask the serve it out question of their opponents. They're still a game shy, but the new balls have been cracked open and they'll be whizzing through the air with less nap on them. So I think it's Fernandez, if my memory serves me right, that will serve out for this. Can they get it done within the hour, or will these two have something to say about it? They're so experienced, these two. A couple of slam titles to their name, but they're going to have to bring their very best in return games. Berrettini's name will be etched on the advertising hoardings, ready for next year. He's the able-bodied men's singles champion. Here is Gustavo Fernandez then serving for the title. Brilliant from Fernandez, just saw the angle opportunity and hit it with just enough pace to get it done.
He's on the stretch as well, wasn't he? Wasn't the easiest shot, but somehow managed to generate the speed and the angle on the stretch.
Olsen just managing to get his chair out of the way in time. But nothing treats and engages the crowd more than a high-level men's doubles. And we've been treated here. This has been pretty high quality, particularly the second set. Very competitive. Oh, nice back behind from Joachim Gerard, who was so calm and aware of the slight hole in the court there. Another craftily engineered point.
You thought maybe he was going to go really aggressive, but instead he was just so smart.
Oh, yes. And as we thought, just in the nick of time, Gerard and Olsen get it done. Get the timely break. Deny Fernandez and Egbrink the title momentarily. And find a way back to 5-all in this second set.
They really showed their class there, didn't they? They knew that that was such a crucial moment and just played such smart tennis and really stepped it up.
Good energy between the two now. Look at the action, the work on the wheels. There's a lot of moving going on, a lot of purring activity. These two stopped in their tracks.
It's more like it from Fernandez and Egbrink, a little bit more aggressive. That's what they've got to do. You just feel that maybe their energy levels have just dropped off a fraction. And Gerard and Olsen have risen.
Yeah, they've been far more expressive, these two of late, haven't they? Really energized. You can feel it. Busier on the court. Well, that one's just skipped over the fence. Wonder whether it'll be thrown back. Pretty knowledgeable crowd, this Queen's crowd. I've just seen somebody bend down for it. Now, have they got a big enough throw?
Or are they keeping it as a
I think
souvenir?
they've pocketed that, you know. All police will be on him. Handcuffed away down the station. Suddenly, a really healthy run of points for these two. Have been working tirelessly to get back into this. And now they've finally arrived at the party. And they're desperate to retain the momentum here. Well, it was a late call from the chair. Still with a game point here, have Gerard and Olsen. Yeah, enough quality from Gustavo there just to get the ball to leap off the court away from the ensuing Belgian.
Smart play going back behind as well, wasn't it? It's tough to change direction quickly in the chair. Really clever play by Fernandez.
Well done. That wasn't easy. He had to sort of manipulate his large bear-like frame around that low dipping ball fast. Let's see it again here. Good approach, gets in. No, not easy, but very well done. Volleys well, does Stefan Olsen.
He's got great hand skills, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Able to manipulate the ball so well.
Clever play from Tom Egbrink. Again, getting the ball to an awkward area of the court, down low with spin. Dropping fast, that was.
Such a big game as well for
Yeah.
both pairs, isn't it?
Yeah, really pivotal right here. I'm with you, Anna. Yep, all four of them really invested right now. Just like to see a little bit more energy from Fernandez here. But don't worry about him. He's tireless normally.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome onto court for the resumption of their doubles semi-final. First up from Australia.
Olsen holding the fist pump as that ball spilt over the baseline. And they're in front for the first time in a while in this set, where Egbrink and Gustavo Fernandez served for the title. You sense there's more work to be done here. So these two have ensured themselves a tie break. And I can tell you that this final will be a match tie break to decide the third set if there is one needed. So it's going to be plenty of pressure points upcoming. So not for the faint-hearted. Egbrink serving 5-6. A real growl from Joachim Gerard there in missing that, what he considered routine forehand return. Gustavo's been a little bit dormant of late, hasn't he?
He has. I think the energy's just dropped a little bit. Maybe a little bit of fatigue is kicking in, whether that's physical or mental.
Ladies and gentlemen, both these teams are scratch parents who come together specifically to play here at the Cinch Championships. They'll get back here was led by a set and 2-all in the second when rain stopped play yesterday.
It's infectious.
And Norrie beat the Italian pairing.
These guys very good at flushing away previous misdemeanors and problems so it doesn't contaminate the present moment.
That was a chance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That backhand slice. The space was open.
He knows it, trying to relive it and re-swing it just to get it right and put it to bed in his mind's eye. Good play by Gerard. So it's a set point then. No, it's not, it's deuce, beg your pardon. Point for a tie break. Nicely done, terrific serving, and a nice sense of calm from Tom Egbrink. So here we go then, race to 7 points in this second set tiebreak. Is this when these two can put a lid on proceedings, or are they going to be detained for another champions tiebreak to decide it? So race to 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, Riley Opelka and John Pierce. And our chair from Australia, John Clark.
Well, another well-contested rally. This time Egbrink coming up with the mistake. Super play from the bulging, muscly man from Buenos Aires. That was hyper-aggressive, wasn't it? Looking to come forward at any opportunity here. That big backhand doing some early damage in the point, the drive forehand volley.
You could have seen the aggression in his facial expression as well, couldn't you?
Yeah. Good kick serve from Stefan Olsson.
Much better serving in this set from this pair in your picture, making it a lot harder for Egbrink and Fernandez to get the first strike in the rally. Probably jinxed them there, didn't I? Saying they were doing well on the serve. Then he throws in the double.
So back on serve then. Mini break negated. Yeah, he went too big with the angle, Joachim Gerard there. Good defense of Egbrink's court, that's good. 2 points for the second seeds. They're fist pumping, looking fully energized, keen to get more of the action. Very well-mannered in letting their opponents roll around the net first. Now, they served for it. Fernandez served for it, in fact, didn't he, at 5-4 in that second set. Was denied by a brilliant return game from their opponents. Can they find a way here? Deadlock in this second set breaker. Glorious off forehand winner from a high ball. That takes a lot of trickery from the wrist.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
That wasn't the shot that I thought that he was going to play.
No.
It's pretty low percentage, but wow, did he execute that well.
Got a lot of trust in his ability, hasn't he, Gustavo Fernandez? Oh, timely ace, straight down the tee from Joachim Gerard on the ad court. They're pleased with that little fist bump. Back-to-back points then for these two. Fernandez under pressure. Barking out a command to his Dutch partner. I got this. Oh, that's an insane angle from Joachim Gerard. And you could hear Gustavo there clattering against the advertising hoardings on the side of the court. Good effort from him, but to no avail. Now then, couple of set points for Gerard and Olsson here. Testament to that late brilliance, a real surge from the two underdogs. Oh, showcasing their powers of recovery. Olsson and Gerard steal the second set by 7 games to 6. Well, Fernandez and Egbrink will wonder what happened there. That might be all a little bit of a blur in the back of their mind, Anna.
It will be. I think Gerard and Olsson really just stepped up their level in that tiebreak, especially in those last few points. It was touch and go, but came up with some big shots when they needed to, didn't they? And this champions tiebreak is anyone's.
Yeah, so it'll be a race to 10, but let's have a look at what happened there, a little bit more clarity in that second set.
Just the first serve. Aggression and the percentage went up a lot, didn't it? a lot more first serve points won there, up to 76, and those aces as well. Just hitting those spots a little bit better, creating some chances, which Egbrink and Fernandez just didn't take. As you can see there, 1 out of 4 break points taken, whereas Gerard and Olsen, 1 out of 1. Could have been a completely different story, couldn't it?
Yes, quite easily. It's a strange game, isn't it, this game? All about playing the big points, and these guys did so better, but their level of intensity and interest was really bumped right up at the start of set 2. So here we go then. Champions tiebreak to decide this men's doubles final.
Crucial to get a good start, isn't it, in this match tiebreak? You don't want to get down, otherwise it can seem a long way back.
Well, you've got to love the way he twins power with subtlety there. That's Gustavo Fernandez at his very best. I thought he was going to be banging his way through. So easy. It's just so easy to get consumed with excitement in those moments, but he really dealt with that very well. Oh, he's just stuck that too hard as we were saluting his fine touch. It evaded him a little bit there.
You do feel as if he's just stepped up this intensity though a little bit.
He's had to, hasn't he?
He really has. He's got that steely expression in his face again. Really wants the ball.
Yeah, it's about sort of hunting the ball down in these moments, isn't it? Rather than being frightened. You've got to be challenged by the occasion.
You saw in that previous rally, he did exactly that. He just wanted the ball. He wanted to dominate the point.
Olsen with a nervy double full. Keen to get around and make amends as they switch ends. Every 6 points. No sun to dazzle into their eyes today. Who's it going to be? Which team are going to blink first? To take evasive action there, didn't he? Looks like an orange highlighter in that t-shirt.
No one's going to miss him, are they?
No. Good for these dull conditions.
Just overcooked that forehand. There again, is that just finding the balance between being too aggressive and maybe he just didn't need to be quite that aggressive on that forehand, forced the error.
Oh, he's got it. That was a beauty, wasn't it? I thought for a minute it was spilling wide, but the ball dipped down obediently, laden with South American topspin.
Went for the hardest shot, didn't he? There wasn't much space on that inside-out forehand.
Egbrink holding his breath.
Saying a little prayer.
Yes, quite. Good point from the second seeds there. That bossy backhand from Gerard just spilling long. So back-to-back points then for the second seeds in your picture. Having trailed 5-3, they've hauled it back to parity. And we go on. Well, that could have been awkward if it just bobbled off the top of the tape. So who's going to manage these big moments better? Oh, he's missed the dropper, has Tom Egbrink. His touch evading him in such an important moment. He's been so rock solid throughout to establish earlier a generous lead. But that will really pain him, you'd imagine.
It was a tough shot to go for as well, wasn't it? Olsen was up at the net. So even if it had gone over, it could have been easy. But as we've seen in this tie-break, anyone who's had a lead, the opponents have pegged them back. Can they make this lead count?
Oh, he's got it. How about that? That is glorious from Gustavo.
Really showing his class, isn't he? Again, just one of those dominant points. Just bossed the court.
Yeah, took it into his own hands, didn't he? And what hands he showed, a silky touch around the net from the powerhouse Argentinian. That was something really special. Nibbling away at the deficit then, the second seeds. Too good from Stefan Olsen.
8-6, Gerard Olsen.
Yeah, trying his heart out. Always does. 2 points away from the W. Here we go then. The other team served for the match, but now it's 3 championship points for Gerard and Olsen. Oh. A brilliant reaction from 230-somethings from Sweden and Belgium. Stefan Olsen and Joachim Gerard, the reigning defending Wimbledon champions, in a performance of real character, grit and determination, swung it round in the face of adversity. They were a set and 4-5 down. Fernandez served for the match. They denied him, turned it around, won the second set tiebreak, and then snatched the third set champions breaker as well to take the title. Wow, that was quite something. An hour and 23 minutes. They come through to Gerard and Olsen. 1-6, 7-6, 10-6 in the champions tiebreak. What a match that was.
It really was. What an impressive performance and what an impressive comeback after that first set. You didn't think it looked possible, and especially when they were 5-4 down, but they found a way. They dug in and turned the match completely on its head here. I mean, you look at those stats and it's pretty close, isn't it? You just look at those break points that Fernandez and Egbrink weren't able to take. Just a 4 of 8. They created so many, and they're going to be frustrated that they weren't. But Gerard and Olsen played such a good, solid tiebreak, and are deserved victors.
Yeah, they just came out the right side on the big moments, didn't they? As you said, the opposing team in Fernandez and Egbrink had made double the number of breaks of serve than them, but they just played the breakers so well, those big points, and it was a real... They rode the roller coaster all the way to the end in what was quite a turbulent match, wasn't it? But really watchable and a fully spellbinding, engaging contest. One in which, well, we were delighted just to be part of there, Anna. That was a really special moment. So the title going to the two at the top of your picture, Gerard and Egbrink, and that was the match point, the moment that it was all concluded. A really great men's doubles match, and what a lovely climatic moment to end the Cinch Wheelchair Championships on. There will be a brief presentation ceremony on the court, and it will be pretty smartish because of the sort of COVID protocol, we're told. So that'll be taking place very shortly, I'm sure. But for the moment, these two will be sitting quite happy. Olsen with a generous grin, and his partner Joachim Gerard smiling as well. They really did snatch that from the jaws of defeat. That was quite a turnaround, and for Fernandez, well, I feel for him today. It's been a difficult day for the Argentine, hasn't it? Having lost the singles to Gordon Reid, 2-2 in an hour and 18, and then hour and 23 minutes, he just loses out a doubles in which he served for the title as well. So, but that's sport, you know, highs and lows the whole way. There we are. So that's the lovely crystal bowls that they've been playing for. They put on the afterburners just in the nick of time, didn't they, these two? Deep-seated belief in the end, and a lot of experience. The Australian Open champions of 2019 and the Wimbledon doubles champions as well in the same year. Much deserved victory. And for these two, so near yet so far, having been 6-1, 5-4 up, Gustavo serving, just denied by a brilliant return game. They didn't do too much wrong, quite frankly. So the runners-up then, Tom Egbrink on the left in the black shirt, and Gustavo Fernandez in the blue and red. They'll be back at the All England Championships, where we can get another fill of wheelchair action. At the moment belongs to Stefan Olsson of Sweden and Joachim Gerard as the champions of this cinch wheelchair title. All fairly short and sweet. Doesn't seem like there's going to be a speech. Maybe a few photos here at the back of the advertising hoardings. Getting the sponsor's name well and truly in. Gerard doesn't want to comply, does he? Lovely moments, smiles all round. And soon we can bring you wheelchair action from the Wimbledon Championships, and we'd love your company in the second week for another bonanza of top action. Well, that pretty much wraps up our action for today from the Queen's Club. Congratulations to Stefan Olsson and Joachim Gerard. And, for now, from Anna Smith and myself, Paul Hand, we'll leave you with some parting pictures. Thanks for your company, and hope to talk soon. Bye for now.